Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Member Bena. We beg leave to call Mr. Kosa. Say your full names.
Okay, my name is Usindiso Kosa.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence you will give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
With the permission of the chair, you may be seated. The witness is sworn in.
Okay.
Mr. Sidumedi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner Mabena. First, thanks, Chair, and Commissioner Mabena for indulging us to that late. This witness was supposed to be led by a colleague of mine who's not available at this stage.
Yes.
Good morning to you, Mr. Kosa. If you can just explain to the Chair, just remind us again, I know you did say it last year, what is your position at City Power?
Yes, thank you. Currently, as effective from the 1st of its new business development general manager at City Power. But at the time of the incident, I was the general manager for Inner City SDC, City Power.
So at the time when you signed, your statement was signed sometime in February 2025?
Yes.
At that time, you were still the M for the Surveillance Center?
Yes, thank you.
So you are, despite you assuming a different role in March, you are in a position to testify about matters that the Commission requires on this topic?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. There should be a bundle that contains your statement. Chair, Mr. Kosa's statement appears on page 164 of the bundle.
Yes, I'm on the same page.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Yeah, you have already touched on affidavit.
Yes.
And that position, you are in a position to can assist the Commission on matters relating to this topic. You do indicate in paragraph 4 of your statement that previously in February evidence, and you make a request that the contents of that affidavit must be read with this statement. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Just for the sake, Chair, again, the statement of Mr. Kosa appears on the old record, page 228.
Yes.
Yes. Now, we won't talk about in detail about paragraph 4 to paragraph 5, but let's just reconfirm.
Yes, so the function of City Power is that, as we all know, is that City Power is a state-owned company which is falls under COG, which is a shareholder. So its function is to provide electricity and roll out electricity infrastructure in the city of Johannesburg.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Then on 4.1, just to bring it home, what is the purpose or the function of a service delivery center insofar as this commission is concerned?
Yes, so the function of service delivery center is to provide a one-stop service for customers or residents close to their place of living. So there are a number of functions that service delivery centers are entrusted with to help City Power deliver its mandate. So one of those will entail metering, rolling out metering infrastructure, doing meter reading, also managing outages. That will be planned and unplanned outages. Also, service deliveries, service centers are also entrusted with rolling out infrastructure, upgrades, downgrades in the form of minor projects. But also we've got customer service center, which deals with walk-in customers to
Yes.
assist them with queries, and as well as following up on any issues relating to electricity supply in their particular areas. But also that section deals with rolling out disconnections or effecting disconnections within the service delivery center.
Yeah, we'll talk in detail about that aspect. So, as Mr. Kosa, we specifically reference to Region F.
Yes.
Which SDC are you a manager of? Are you a manager for Region F Service Delivery Center?
Yes, so at the time, yes, I was the general manager for Inner City SDC, which is based in Region F.
Okay. So you are quite familiar with the operations conducted by City Power, at least within Region F?
Yes.
All right. Now, before we, and this year, there's specific queries that they've raised that want City Power to address. Are you familiar with those queries?
Yes, I am familiar with the queries.
Yes, we will deal with them at certain time during the course of this morning. I won't take the commission through paragraph 8 because in your testimony of last year, you did in detail provide the mandate, the copy of the service delivery agreement that governs your relationship with two topics that I want us to recap on regarding the mandate of City Power, and that is in relation to paragraph 8.6.
Okay.
Specifically on 8.6, I want us to look at paragraph 8.6.3 and paragraph 8.6.5. You indicate in that paragraph that as the service delivery center, one of the functions that you perform is that of metering,
Yes.
right? Can you just explain who do you meter?
Yes, so metering, it's a function within Service Delivery Center which deals with providing metering for a specific point of supply. So how it happens that, if I give it a context, is that when a customer or a client goes and apply for a supply of electricity for their property, they are then when they are supplied with electricity, infrastructure will be against the owner or account holder of that particular property. So metering linked to the account holder as well as the property.
When you say you meter for an account holder, who is an account holder for the purpose of your function?
Yes, to my understanding is that account holder will be the person, either the owner of the property or the person responsible for the property who would have gone to apply for the services of electricity. And when they apply, they are then allocated that account number to their name and their identity as a person. So that's how I understand it. So as we roll out the infrastructure, that infrastructure will be against those details.
Okay.
And those details will then be captured on SAP, which is System Application Products, that it's used by COJ for all the operations.
Right. And during this part B of this commission, and even last year in actual fact, much has been said about account hold, the owner, what relationship, if any, does City, for the purpose of metering, that is, does City Power have with the occupants of the building?
Yeah, so City Power, in fact, the relationship that we have is with the account holder, because
Yes.
those will be the people that we engage with, not necessarily the people who stay or live at the property. Because
Yes.
there may be people at the property who are not the owners of the account, or the account doesn't come in their name. So City Power only engages the person that appears on the account, the details that appear there. So in our engagement, we also verify. If a customer comes to City Power as SDC, we verify whether your identity it's in line with what appears on the system, because we have to vet that to understand that we are dealing with the correct person of that particular property.
Okay. In the event that a resident of a building, I do take your point about the fact that there's an account with the building owner, right? In the event that there ought to be a relationship between an occupant of the building and City Power, purpose of an account, what must happen?
Sorry, please repeat that.
For there to be a customer City Power relationship with an occupant of a building, what needs to happen for that person to have an account holder, to be an account holder?
Okay, so from the processes that I know is that for a property, it's a property and a property owner and account versus that property owner. But I also know of practice within COJ where property owners, specifically buildings, they will then apply at COJ for what we call split metering. So in other words, because normally in a building we'll have one point of supply, and that's where we'll have our meter. So that meter will be against one individual for that particular, who owns the particular property or who is responsible for the property. But at times it's a practice that the owners will then apply for what we call split metering. So what we do is, once COJ approves and then gives a directive to City Power to implement split metering, what will happen will be that we then discontinue the bulk metering, one point of supply, which is bulk metering. We then are able to install individual meters to individual units. But there are a number of parameters that the owners of those buildings or properties need to comply with for them to be approved for that.
Okay. So you said the owner of the building is the one that must make an application to the city for the split metering.
Yes, it's the owner of the
And then once the application is approved, who does the actual splitting of the metering?
Yes, so as part of the applications, there are a number of things or items that the owner of the building needs to do before it can be approved. So in other words, the wiring to the units needs to comply with the requirements to roll out split metering. So that will be involved wiring the building accordingly. And once they've wired it accordingly, they need to obtain the compliance certificate. So that forms part of the application when they present it to COJ. So then the units would be ready for City Power to just come and install the meters. So City Power will only be involved to just install the meters in specific points of supply within the units.
Okay. So which is why then on paragraph 8.6.5, then once that is done, then all the tenants, if I can use that phrase, who've got meters now, they will then be considered to be customers of City Power.
Yeah, so once the application has been approved, what then happens that City Power, as we roll out the meters, as we install the meters, then the occupant of those units, we then open accounts against them and link those meters into those accounts. So once you have an account as an occupant of a unit and we have linked a meter to that account, so you then automatically become a customer of City Power.
Correct. So outside of what you just explained now, there is no way that, or it is in your current framework, that you consider the occupants of buildings as customers?
No, not that I know of, no.
So when you read 8.6.5 about customer services, when you are saying you attend to queries of clients, you are referring to persons that have got an account with City Power. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
They could either be a building owner, or in an instance where there's been a splitting of metering, it can also then include tenants in a building who have applied to open up an account with City Power.
Yes, sir.
So that's the context within which you must understand clients and customers in your statement. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, we now deal with a query that was raised by the Commission in October 2024. I'll read into the record in 9.1. City Power must provide an estimate of the percentage or proportion of buildings in Region F where electricity has been disconnected by the city in the last year. So this was done this data is dated October 2024. So last year you are talking of 2024 and 2023, and the reasons for such disconnection. You understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now let's now go to, you explain in paragraph 9.2. What is SEP? You make reference to the use of SEP
Yes.
as a system of collecting this information that the Commission requires.
Yes, so SAP stands for System Applications and Product. So it's commonly known as SAP, but it's a system that it's used by COJ and its entities. So whenever a customer goes and apply for a new service connection or a point of supply, their details are captured on this system. So the system contains all the customers or all the clients of COJ that have services with COJ.
Okay. Now, for 2023, which is the year before the letter was done, as per the directive, you indicate that there were 15,000 customers that have been recorded on your SEP system.
Yes, in Region F.
And now you indicated that during that period in 2023, 6,565 customers were disconnected.
Yes, correct.
And that equates to 41% of the customers that you had within Region F.
Yes.
And again, customers in instance would be those that have got an account with City Power.
Yes.
You indicate there that this 41%, which are disconnections, the reasons for the disconnections are due to customers failing to pay their municipal bills.
Yes.
What is your authority for as City Power for disconnecting persons or customers that don't pay electricity?
Yes, so City Power plays the role of execution. So the department that manages these connections in terms of vetting and qualifying people to be disconnected is a department called Credit Control within the city. So that department would, I think on a monthly basis or weekly basis, will send lists of customers that qualifies to be disconnected to City Power. So then City Power will go and execute those disconnections.
So the city, when you say revenue department, are you talking about revenue within City Power or revenue department at the city?
It will be credit control
Yes,
at the city.
At the city.
Yes.
So they are the ones who will give you a list
Yes.
of customers that have not paid or whose accounts are not up to date with the city.
Yes.
So yours is just to execute that which you receive as an instruction from the city.
Yes.
I want you to refer you to a document called Credit Control and Debt Collection Policy. It appears on page 492. It is not. That file is a policy file. Chair, the document appears on file 1 of 2 is a policy file by Siri. It's file 1 of 2
So it's
policies.
492.
The document starts on page 492, Chair. In particular, Chair, I see that the Chair is struggling with, as you are struggling,
I'm struggling with,
I can see, Chair. It's just
Yes.
one paragraph on page 511. You don't have to go to 490,
Yeah.
you can go straight to page 511
511.
of that policy, Chair. The policy itself starts on 492, but the page that I wanted to refer to appears on page 511, paragraph 13 in particular. You made reference to the fact that you receive a notice from the city. So this document there, it's a credit control and debt collection policy of the city. In the execution of your functions, are you familiar with the credit control and debt collection policy?
Yes, I've heard of it. Yes.
Okay. Is that the policy of the city or of City Power?
The policy of the city.
So as City Power, so this policy is the policy of the city.
Yes, sir.
And you must try to speak up, Mr. Kosa, because
Okay.
these positions are
Yes.
being recorded. Now, is City Power in any way at liberty to deviate from the policy of the city?
No, sir.
Mr. Brickhill?
Chairperson, I was going to object to the leading question. It's been asked and answered. It was asked in a leading manner, which suggested the response.
Yes.
Mr. Kosa?
Yes, sir.
The relationship between City Power and, you did say that City Power is an agent, or it is an entity created by City of Johannesburg.
Yes, it's a service provider.
It's a service provider
Yes,
to the city.
yes.
And you confirm that this policy is developed by the city.
Yes.
Now, I'm trying to rephrase this question. The policies of the city, what effect do they have on City Power?
Yes, so to my understanding is that City Power needs to abide by those policies.
Do you have any liberty to deviate from the policies of the city?
To my understanding is that City Power, as it provides its services, it needs to comply or abide by the policies of the city.
Okay. Can you just go to paragraph, I was on page 511 now. Paragraph 13. So, are you on page 511 of that policy?
Okay.
That one?
Paragraph 13.
Yes. For the purpose of, as you are aware that this commission's mandate is focused on hijacked and abandoned buildings, right? If you can just read for the record paragraph 13.1 of that policy.
Okay.
Read it into the record.
So 13.1, it says, services to hijacked or abandoned properties shall be restricted or disconnected upon non-payment of an account for any services to the property or at the request of the owner of the building.
So in that paragraph, there can be a disconnection that either happens at the request of the owner. In the last sentence, can you see that?
Yes.
What is another instance?
If there's a non-payment of the account.
All right. And on 13.2, it says the owner will remain liable for the payment of all outstanding
Accounts, yes.
accounts. You want to now, with that background, so in 9.3.3, to an extent that some of the customers there are bad building customers, so they would have been disconnected pursuant to that city policy.
Yes.
Now, you make reference here to only people who have not paid the account. Can you just explain to the chairperson disconnections related to non-compliance with the bylaws?
Okay, so here, Chairperson, what it's reflecting is the accounts that are on record, specifically from SEP, process from SEP point of view, in terms of the disconnection coming from credit control. So we then go and effect disconnections on those properties. But City Power being the owner of the infrastructure, of the electrical infrastructure within the city, as we go out to effect the disconnections provided by credit control, should we identify any building or property which is also connected illegal and so forth, we also effect disconnections on those. So our drives and our programs and initiatives as we conduct disconnections also involves properties that may not have been generated from credit control, but from what we see or when we check, we see that they have reconnected themselves illegal. So we then effect disconnections to those as well.
So do you have records or database of those type of disconnections? Because they might be relevant for purpose of this commission.
Yes, I think they can be provided, those records, and but they will come in the form of pictures and the drives that we take through.
Also, those are not part of SEP.
So the records that appears here would have been generated through SEP and through credit control.
Yes.
So those will be spotted on site. So they will not necessarily form part of this list, but we do conduct disconnections on those.
Okay.
Thanks.
So that was for 2023.
Yes.
So you make the same point for 2024, that 15% of the registered customers were disconnected for similar reasons.
Yes.
Again, would you be able to provide, but again, the focus of your statement seems to be on credit control generated records.
Yes.
But I'm suggesting to you that over and above the credit control generated records, the commission might need records of those of illegal connections that don't appear on your SEP system.
Okay.
And you make an undertaking that will provide that information to the commission.
Yes, we can provide it.
The chairperson has not appointed me as a spokesperson, but he's going to ask when.
Okay.
When can City Power avail records of disconnections pursuant to illegal connection or non-compliance with the bylaws? The one that you're saying are random spot checks.
Yeah, I think we can provide even by next week. It's okay.
Okay. Shall we undertake that will,
Yes.
through our office, we obtain
Yes.
those records?
Yes.
All right. Now we go to the next part. just below 9.3.6, where the query is for the City Power to provide details of properties in Region F who have been disconnected for more than 3 years. Their location, records on engagement with owners or occupiers. That is a query that was raised. Now, on your paragraph 9.6 and 9.7, you make reference to AC1. Can you just explain to the chairperson what is Annexure AC1?
Okay. Annexure AC1, this is a list of the customers that were disconnected in the previous years. So on this list, you'll see that we have the detail of the property in a form of address, and also the account holder of the property. So it appears here as well, the stand number of the property. We also have the amounts that are overdue, also appears on this list.
Yes. Now, we had a discussion about this list this morning. This list, the Commission requires disconnected properties for more than 3 years. With specific reference to that query, what does this list tell us? Does
Yes.
it tell us that these are the properties that have been disconnected for 3 years, or does it tell us, that, maybe you explain
Yes.
in your own ways, what does
Yes.
this list tell us?
Yes, thanks. So, like I've said earlier on, so what we have provided is the list of properties and the records as recorded on SEP and as we received them from credit control. So, credit control every year would send disconnection lists to City Power. So what we then did was to go draw those lists for the years that we've got the records of, and we have provided the list of those properties that were disconnected for the previous years. However, perhaps just to indicate is that the holder of this particular list or the custodian of this list will then be credit control, because they're the ones who generate the list and manages, the disconnection list. So they would have a complete database, if I have to put it that way, of whatever needs to be covered within specific number of years.
Okay. Let's just bring it back a little bit, Mr. Kosa. You said this list is the disconnections for the past 3 years,
Yes.
meaning there will be a list of disconnections for 2024,
Okay.
for 2023.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Meaning on a year-by-year basis, this is what you have disconnected.
Yes.
Right. That's what this list talks about.
Yes.
What I'm interested in is the properties that remain disconnected for the last 3 years, not what was disconnected in 2024, into properties that has been disconnected for more than 3 years. You have that information?
Yes. So that information, I believe, credit control can make it available because they manage those lists.
Okay. Again, accepting that we don't have it now on this statement, what undertaking can you make to the chairperson that City Power, within their control, of course, they will obtain a list of properties that remain disconnected for more than 3 years?
Okay. We have to engage credit control. So maybe optimistically, I'm not sure. We can also say next week, but it's in their hands.
Okay. Chair, that again, read because I think the paragraph was, from the look of things, it was not properly addressed. City Power provided
Yes.
these connections for each
Yeah.
year.
It's amazing, Mr. Sidumedi, because that's exactly what the commission required.
Correct, Chair. Which is why, Chair, I was saying, after noting that aspect, I had to take it up with the
Yes.
witness, and then that information will be made available. I think it was more of a misinterpretation of the sentence that was provided, because it's
Okay.
just provided year by year. Right, now we move away from that part, Mr. Kosa. We go to your paragraph 9.81. Dealing with the engagements between the owner and the account holder. Can you just explain to the commission that in 9.8.1, you indicated that you don't generally hold engagement with owners, say for providing clarifications regarding the bidding statements. Can you just explain further, what do you mean by that statement?
Yeah, so like I've indicated earlier on, the general functions of the service delivery centers, they are limited to advising on billing, because the function falls under credit control within the city. But the SDCs, like I've indicated, because we roll out and maintain metering infrastructure, we are able to advise on the meter reading, as well as verifying whether your meter or the meter number with what appears in the statement are the same. But it's as far as we can get with regards to that. But any issues relating to billing, then we direct the account holders to the city to go and engage credit control on those.
Okay. So, and in this part of the statement, you deal with the engagements with the owners. So you are saying with the owners, you only engage with them insofar as addressing queries between the meter reading and what appears on a statement.
Yes.
But insofar as the quantum is concerned, that is not a function of City Power. You are saying that goes to Revenue Department.
Yeah, any billing issues will be with the city.
Okay. Now, that is the owners. In paragraph 9.8 and the following, you address engagements with the occupiers of the buildings, because that's what this commission is also interested in. Evidence has been led by Mr. Makola as well that you deal with account holder. Now, insofar as the occupiers of the buildings who are not account holders, because I'm assuming those occupiers who've got accounts, they'll be dealt with as per your 9.81 and 9.82. Now, I'm interested in the occupiers of the buildings who do not have an account with City Power. What is the engagement or the level of engagement between City Power and those occupants?
Yeah, so because the service delivery center are located, mostly in central point where people reside and so forth. So on a daily basis, we'll have people who come into the SDC to seek assistance and so forth. So like I've indicated earlier on, as people visit the SDCs, the first thing we ask for is details to identify whether are they account holders, property owners, and so forth, and to what level can we assist them. So those that are account holders or property owners, to what the SDC is entrusted to assist with, we are able to assist with. But in most cases, we do also have occupiers or people who live in particular properties who comes to the SDC, and at times they comes in small groupings also to inquire. But once the SDC establishes that they are not account holders, what we then do is to say, because we've got the limitation in terms of, the details we can indulge with, even if we know that you stay in this particular property, because you are not the owner of the property or account holder, we are unable to do so. So we then assist them by saying to them, they can perhaps get further assistance, maybe the City of Johannesburg Customer Services, which is located at Jorrison. I think it's number 61 Jorrison, Bramfontein. So that's where we will then direct them to seek more assistance, because as the SDC will be at a point where we are unable to assist them even further with any more details.
What is the reason that you can't assist them? Because they come
Because-
there and complain about
Yes,
the conditions.
because
So why can't you assist them?
yes, because our understanding is that the bylaws allows us to engage the account holders or property owners. So even if they come with a property that they would have identified, we are unable to go into that property, because it will mean that we are now providing information to people that they are not property owners.
Okay. We will deal with that groupings of persons that come to later on. But the query, next question is about whether the city has engaged with national government regarding the electricity basic support, services support tariff. Are you familiar with that electricity basic support, service support tariff?
Yes. So
What is that?
Yes, so this is a policy, I think, from the national government. So this policy makes provision for funding of basic free electricity to indigent people or people who are unemployed or people who are unable to afford certain services. So then the city, I think, on a yearly basis engages the national government to then ask for those funds, and then so the government will then issue those funds through equitable share to city, and those funds can then be accessed to then provide free basic electricity and other basic services.
That point actually touches on the next question by the Commission regarding the provision of free services to the unemployed and indigent. So you are saying, as part of the equitable share, the City of Johannesburg will get a portion that speaks to the provision of free electricity. For your purposes, we limit ourselves to the provision of free electricity. Am I correct? Now, the question then becomes then, how, if the national government is able to provide that portion of funding, how does that translate, or the benefit thereof, how does it get to the unemployed, the indigent, insofar as electricity is concerned?
Yeah, so my understanding is that so the qualifying people or the people who goes to COJ to apply, there's a criteria that they have to meet. There are a number of items that they have to meet, and once they meet that, then they qualify to receive this benefit. So ours as City Power is that every month we then receive a list of the beneficiaries. So the list of the beneficiaries will entail the actual person who is a beneficiary and the details of the person, as well as the meter number, accounts, and so forth. So that list will come to City Power. So City Power will then effect those free units based on that list to those specific individuals. But I need to make this point, is that for a beneficiary to receive that benefit, there must be infrastructure at their property that enables us to issue those benefits. For an example, there must be a meter, because we have to issue the free basic electricity into the meter for them to be able to benefit. So that's how we roll it out from City Power point of view.
Okay. Mr. Makola testified extensively about this aspect. I just want to ask, because at least you are on the ground, you need to explain properly to the commission. When you say they apply to the city, are you aware of the expanded social package policy? Are you familiar with that policy?
Yes, I've heard of it. Yes.
So when you said people must apply to the city, are you talking about that policy?
Yes.
Now, you then say all that you receive as City Power is a list from the city of the qualifying beneficiaries.
Yes.
And for your purposes, the city will provide you with a meter number.
Yes.
Now, the question then comes this: if a person does not have a meter number, how does City Power assist that person for the purpose of providing the free service of electricity?
Yes. So, so the current form is that there must be an infrastructure that will enable City Power to roll out the basic free electricity. So that includes the meter. So what I know is that for those who already have an account and a meter number and they qualify, that can be rolled out, and I think we are rolling out as we speak. But for those who don't have, I'll speak of other instances that I've seen, is that, for example, in informal settlements, we then have, I think it's human settlement, they've got a program where they then upgrade the informal settlement. So in their program to upgrade the informal settlement, then City Power supports in providing electrical infrastructure in those informal settlements. So once we provide the point of supply and a meter to those residents, then the infrastructure is there for us to roll out this free basic electricity. So those residents, those who qualify, can then go and apply. Then in a similar fashion, we'll get the list, then they can start receiving the benefits.
Okay. Speaking of that program under the auspices of human settlement, the UISP,
Yes.
stands for the Upgrading of Informal Settlements Program.
Yes.
And you are saying City Power assist human settlement in the rollout of electrical infrastructure.
Yes.
From your experience and what has been to date, when they refer to informal settlements, what are they talking about?
Yes. So informal settlement, to my understanding, is that it will be people would have settled in a particular space and informally so. So then those people will then be either recognized through the programs of human settlement as an informal settlement, then they will then be under that program of being upgraded. So that's how I understand it in terms of informal settlement. So it will be in a piece of space, yes.
People who have informally settled in buildings in the inner city, say let's take any building that you can think of, where there are occupants who stay in a building that has an account with the city. Are those, for the purpose of, part of those that you assist as part of putting infrastructure into their units?
Yes. No. So in that instance, then it's they do not form part of the people who we put that infrastructure, because we believe that at inner city those buildings will have owners, and they will already have an account, and point of supply. So that account will be against a specific name. So it will not, they will not form part of this particular program.
Okay. Now, the next question is not that controversial as well, but you can, the issue here is about the consequences, because you are saying during your, either part of your credit control process or when you're doing spot checks, you do conduct disconnections where you identify some illegal connections.
Yes.
In your understanding as a manager of an SDC,
Yes.
what is the consequence
Yes.
of that disconnection on the state of the building in terms of its health, safety, and other matters?
Yeah. So I think the issue of disconnections, it's not an easy thing because obviously as we disconnect, it's an inconvenience for whoever stays in that particular property. So we understand that from our daily operations as we go and disconnect, people are affected because there's no power, and without power, there are ripple effects of not having power at specific property. But also City Power is executing that would have came from credit control. So I would say that we experience that daily, to say people, you see like there will be an effect immediately after you disconnect, and it may not be pleasant, it may be inconveniencing and so forth.
I think you use the word inconvenience, and it's a bit of a soft. Do you accept that the inconvenience is not inconvenience? You spoke of other ripple effects. Do you accept that those effects are hazardous to the living conditions of the residents?
Yes. No.
Right.
Yes.
Now that you accept that, the next part of the question is that how can this be resolved? In your statement on 10.5, you speak about how can these hazardous effects arising out of illegal connections can be ameliorated. What's your point there in 10.5 on 10.5.1?
Yeah, so we're saying as City Power, because it's this specific item is within our control, is to say that perhaps we should intensify our awareness campaigns with regards to illegal connections, because we believe that the more we reach out to and explain the dangers of reconnecting illegally or using non-compliant material to access power, electricity and so forth, how you roll out, it's actually dangerous to lives and their well-beings. So we believe that from City Power point of view, we just need to intensify those campaigns so that we reach as many people as possible. But that's a more or less soft part of it. I think what we believe in is that the buildings in which people are living, they then need to be made to comply or to be in good standards, so that if need be, City Power needs to come and support in terms of infrastructure, rolling out infrastructure and so forth, like I've explained earlier on. City Power is able to do so in a safe way and stuff. So we would recommend that maybe the revitalizing of those buildings also be improved, or maybe taking place at a much more agency type of a thing. Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about, because Mr. Makola and Mr. Nkwani, have testified extensively about the program that is in place by the city for the revitalization of the bed building. Are you familiar with that program?
Yes.
Is City Power currently, or what is the role of City Power currently in whatever that the city is being embarking upon? Because we have had evidence from the on the commission that since July, August last year, there has been the city officials are on the ground implementing what they call a bed building strategy.
Yes.
What is the role, if any, of City Power in that program?
Yes. So we are part of the program, and we've been moving around with them in that program. So ours also, when we get to a building, is to deal with the electrical infrastructure. So we know that when they get to a building and there's a need to disconnect or remove the infrastructure, then we'll assist with that.
Okay. Now, earlier on, you spoke about the fact that the free electricity is not accessed by occupants of buildings that don't have accounts, right? And you made reference to the ESP, you remember? Accepting that in those buildings there are genuine persons who ordinarily would qualify. What is it that City Power, to your knowledge, is doing to ensure that even those who are not account holders at least are able to derive a benefit of some sort from the free electricity that has been proposed by the city?
Yes, yes. So I think, like I've said earlier on, the issues of electricity and free basic electricity is limited to infrastructure, so there must be infrastructure for us to roll that one out. But what I know is that in addition to free basic electricity, City Power tariff structures are also designed to accommodate different categories of people depending on their levels of income. And I think linked to the ESP, people who qualify for ESP, there's also a tariff bracket that accommodates them. That tariff bracket, it's much cheaper compared to other tariffs, and it recognizes, the unemployed, vulnerable, and so forth. So on top of free basic electricity, those who qualify can also benefit from that bracket.
Yes, we have already understood you to be saying that benefit is for account holders. That, I think, is clear.
Yes.
What I'm referring to is those who are not account holders.
Yes.
The current policy, the way it is structured, speaks to account holders, and you've explained how that benefit goes to account holders. So my question is a little bit different, to say, what is it that City Power or the city is doing to ensure that even those who are not account holders are able to get some benefits out of, arising out of this free basic electricity?
Yes, I think I will repeat again. So, yes, for us, for them to benefit infrastructure, there need to be an infrastructure for us to be able to roll that out. Yes.
Do you accept that the current ESP policy, I know you are not the ST Power, you are not the author or the drafters of the ESP policy. Do you accept that the current ESP, as it stands, does not enable non-account holders to benefit from it?
Yes.
All right. Now that you accept and know that, are you aware of any measures by the city to ensure that non-account holders or the ESP policy accommodates those who are not account holders?
Yes, I think what I'm aware of, although I'm not involved, is that they are working on reviewing the policies so that it can accommodate those instances.
Right. The last question deals tied to or linked to the issue of illegal connection is that what methods can be employed to address the illegal reconnection of electricity in the bed buildings? Can you just explain to the Commission what are the methods
Yes.
that are being utilized by City Power to avert this?
Yes. So, also, with regard to illegal reconnections, as I've explained, maybe in my earlier submissions, the process of credit control is that any account holder or a property owner would have been given a substantive chance to rectify or to settle what the city is saying you're owing before we disconnect, in which we go into 3 stages of disconnections, and once we disconnect, and then we give you a chance to respond, and if you don't respond, then we disconnect on level 3. So what happens that now when they reconnect themselves illegal, then once we have identified those properties, we then refer them to a section within City Power which is risk control. So they then have a better way or manpower a better way to sort of deal with the issues. So they would also engage with the owners, and if they don't find each other, then they would also lay criminal complaints against the owner or account holder for those properties that would have illegally reconnected themselves. So that's the process we're actually following at currently at City Power.
Now, if on paragraph 10.6.2, you are saying your level 3 disconnection entails the removal of electrical infrastructure, how is it possible then that in such a situation, after a level 3, there's still an illegal reconnection?
Yeah, so this one, it's based on the fact that if we've disconnected a property and we've removed our infrastructure, what then happens is that the people who have been disconnected will go look for the nearest point of supply within their building. So if across the road there's a point of supply, or around the corner there's a point of supply, they then reconnect themselves illegal. So then those reconnections will not be according to standards, and then they pose all sorts of dangers. So they will go and access illegally the infrastructure and connect the wires.
So that will be the point of contact outside of the building that where you have removed the infrastructure?
Yes, so depending on different situations, it can be outside, maybe in the boundary, because what happens that I think even in these submissions I've explained is that because in a city, you might have an infrastructure that then links to the neighboring buildings. Your removal of infrastructure might be limited to that. You remove up to that point because it continues to other neighboring. Then they are also able to access because maybe it will be near the vicinity. But where we are able to relocate the entire infrastructure, including those supplies, to outside and so forth, then they do go to that extent of even going outside or even across the road to get the power.
Okay. In your last paragraph, dealing with the disconnected buildings, you make a point that you conduct spot checks.
Yes.
How often, because this is still on a topic of measures that you are using to prevent illegal reconnection. What is it, because what are you talking about on a spot checks? How often are these spot checks and what do they entail?
Yes, so here again, because I've dealt with number of properties we have in Region F, we've got a lot of properties. So on a daily basis, there will be a team that goes and do spot checks to properties. So as we do those spot checks, if we identify people who have reconnected illegally, we then also disconnect. But I have to put it that for us to cover the entire population of the properties, it's a bit of challenge because of the number of properties, and hence even in the on this paragraph I make reference to say if there's a provision of specific properties or that are identified to be properties of focus, then it becomes easier because we narrow the population into a smaller population where it can be easier for City Power to then cover on a regular basis and effect disconnections where we have to effect disconnections.
Yes, that's exactly my query to say. On the last part, you are saying City Power will use the identified bad building database.
Yes.
When is that happening? When you say will, that sounds futuristic. Where is that process where you are using database?
Yeah, so here what we're saying is that at this point in time, our operations depend on credit control and our own programs. But if this were to be provided to City Power, then it becomes easier because you narrow the target or your program to a specific number. Then you are able to get to it maybe at a quicker rate because you know I'm going here, I'm going there, I'm going there. But at this point in time, we're just going to different properties, but we're not working on a specific list.
So when you say who must provide you the database?
So our understanding is that there is a body that would have classified specific properties as bad buildings and so forth. So that body can then provide those buildings to City Power. Then we can work on that program.
When you say body, Mr. Kosa, body from within the city or outside of the city?
Within the city.
Right, yes. Now, if you are saying there's a body within the city that must provide that database, has there been any attempts by City Power to engage with a body that will have that database?
Not that I know of currently, no. Okay. We're just proposing.
I know you are not the manager. You have now moved, since March, you have moved to a new position.
Yes.
Are you aware of any engagements between City Power and the city to at least establish who has the database of these bad buildings?
So, like I've said earlier on, we've been moving with this with the program that is currently happening of visiting properties, but we've not had that database or that population because we only moving with everyone else into those buildings. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that GFIS, as one of their mandates, is to conduct and report on buildings that are considered to be non-compliant and or hijacked?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. Chair, those will be the questions that were
Yes.
the evidence in chief for Mr.
Thank
Kosa.
you. I think this would be an appropriate time to adjourn for tea before allowing Mr. Brickhill to cross-examine Mr. Kosa. We'll take a short adjournment of 10 minutes and reconvene at 5 to 12. Mr. Bricky?
Chairperson, good morning, and yes, it is still just good morning. Good morning, and good morning, Commissioner Mabena. Mr. Kosa, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I am now going to ask you some further questions. I do so on behalf of SERI and the ICF, the Inner City Federation, arising out of your testimony and your statement. I want to start at the high level. Free basic electricity has been recognized as an important constitutional right. You would agree?
Yes.
And government in its different spheres has attempted to give effect to that right, correct?
Yes.
At national level, there's a national policy on free basic electricity, which you touched on earlier,
Yes.
correct? And as I understand it, the city's ESP is an attempt to give effect to that national policy.
Yes.
I'll return to those in a moment. I want to begin by clarifying City Power's current approach. And if I may take you back to your statement, which begins at page 164 of the bundle, your recent statement,
Yes.
the relevant one. And if I could take you, please, to page 167 of that statement and to paragraph 8.4. (8.4) refers to service level, service delivery agreement between the council and City Power. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Delivery targets and standards of customer service.
Okay. Yes.
In relation to the delivery targets that are set, it reads in brackets, maintenance of assets and addressing assets. There are no delivery targets in relation to the delivery of free basic electricity, are there? Does City Power have delivery targets in relation to the delivery of free
No.
basic electricity?
Yes, not that I'm aware of. It just implements.
And in relation to customer service, that's concerned with service to owners and account holders, as you've described. Do those standards of customer service speak to the delivery of free basic electricity?
Yes, they should be.
It should be a part of it,
Yes.
implementing free basic
Yes,
electricity.
Yes.
Your role was previously as general manager in relation to the inner city. I understand your current role now relates to new business development. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Within the structures of City Power, is there anyone responsible specifically for the provision of free basic electricity?
Yeah. So at City Power, as I've indicated earlier on, is to execute the provision, and the people who execute those provisions are the people who deal with the system that links to the meter, and that will be the meters at the customer point, and the people who deals with the meter or deals with the system that links to the meter are the ones who execute those lists. Yes, and currently that section falls under Finance Department at City Power.
So free basic electricity is implemented by the general officials in the ordinary course of their duties. There are no specific officials who focus on free basic electricity only.
No, those officials will be officials that deals, amongst other things, it's also providing free basic electricity.
Thank you. If I take you then to paragraph 8.5 of your statement over the page, you describe there that City Power performs the following duties, and in 8.5.1, the relevant one, purchases, distributes, and sells electricity within the City of Johannesburg jurisdiction. It doesn't mention it, your statement in that paragraph, but the provision of free basic electricity is also one of the functions of city power, correct?
Yes, so it doesn't specifically says that, but it says we distribute electricity to the residents.
So it would fall under distribution. It's one way of distributing the provision of free basic electricity.
My understanding is that where we rolled out the free basic electricity, it's where we distribute our electricity because they would have access to our points of supply.
I'm with you. You explained in your evidence in chief that the city is funded by national government through the equitable share for the purposes of providing free basic electricity, correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned it in your statement too. To your knowledge, does the city top up or add to that funding from national government, or is free basic electricity fully funded by that national contribution?
Okay, I'm not aware of that. I think the provisions of free basic electricity, it's what I spoke to earlier on, as well as the tariff that enables to access lower rates. Those are the two that I'm aware of.
So in terms of the ESP and the lower rates, in a sense, the city would be bearing some of that cost, where it grants a subsidy or a lower rate? Would that be correct?
Yeah, so I'm not aware of the actual mechanism or the formulas entailed there, but what I'm aware is that the structure of the tariff is structured in a way that those who qualified have got access to that lower end bracket, which comes at a much cheaper rate than the other brackets.
Yes. They would then pay less to the city.
Yes, and it's also linked to consumption, that particular structure as well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kosa. Can I take you then to page 172 of your statement? So at the very foot of page 171, there's the heading City Power's Engagements with Occupiers, and you then deal with that in paragraphs 9.8.4 to 9.8.6. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So in 9.8.4, you confirm that your understanding of the city's electricity bylaws is that City Power is only mandated to engage with account holders and or property owners and not occupiers. That's the starting point, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the point there is that there's no legal mandate, no power to engage with occupiers.
Especially in relation to their account, the account of the property.
Well, you don't say in relation to the accounts. It's presumably in relation to the provision of electricity more generally.
Yes, so what we're saying in this statement is that, or what I'm saying is that my understanding is that the bylaws allows us to engage with account holders or property owners, especially in relation to the accounts or status of the accounts and so forth.
I understand.
Yes.
It continues then in 9.8.5, and you explained this earlier, that in
Yes.
relation to occupiers, City Power would engage with them informally and essentially refer them to the city's credit control department, correct?
Yes, yes.
If I can then take you to, finally, to page 174. And to paragraph 104. here you are dealing with the provision of electricity to unemployed and indigent persons in response to a query from the Commission. And in paragraph 104, you say that City Power does not provide electricity to buildings that have been disconnected in terms of the credit control policy unless the account holder or owner of the building approaches City Power and effectively complies to secure reconnection. So it really continues from your earlier point. In relation to disconnected buildings, City Power will only engage with owners or account holders. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's deal then with the topic of disconnections. Would it be correct that disconnections are mainly due to non-payment by account holders?
Yes, that's correct.
And you provided the schedule in the first annex to your statement in which you listed disconnections carried out over the recent period. We now understand that those are disconnections only for non-payment. That list would not include disconnections based on non-compliance or an illegal connection, correct?
Yes.
We have, for our part, attempted to cross-reference that list with the buildings that the Commission has inspected, and we have identified only one building on the list of disconnections that the Commission conducted an official visit to. That is the building at 214 Main Street. But I imagine you haven't been asked to do that exercise of comparing the two lists.
Yes.
I'll put it to you that we've only identified one building that the Commission identified that was disconnected for that reason, for non-payment. But if there had been other disconnections due to non-compliance or illegal connections, they wouldn't appear on your list, would they?
Yes, so like I've submitted earlier on is that the list or the list owners will be credit control. So
Yes.
City Power receives the list from credit control.
Yes.
So the people would have the overview of all properties or all details of what has been disconnected for any specific period will be credit control. What we have provided is what we received from credit control.
Thank you, I'm with you.
Thanks.
Credit control, it's in the name, is concerned with the payment of accounts and account holders who fall into debt, who owe the city money, not so.
Yes.
And if an owner or an account holder fails to pay, following demands and the process that credit control follows, City Power will ultimately disconnect, having received the list of disconnections from credit control, correct?
Yes, so City Power will effect disconnection upon instruction from credit control.
Okay. And when it does so, City Power is not concerned with whether the residents or occupants may have paid the owner. Even if that has happened, if the owner has not paid the account to the city, disconnection will follow, correct?
Yeah, so I think our understanding as City Power is that credit control would have engaged or would have exhausted their own processes in terms of engaging their property owners or property or account holders. And we also extend that belief to say maybe the property owners or account holders will then also inform the occupiers of such processes when they occur. So I'm referring to if credit control issues a notice to disconnect, our belief is that the property owner or account holder would also inform the occupiers about such. Yes.
I understand your response. So the engagement would happen between credit control and the owner or account holder, and the owner or account holder is expected to engage with the residents or occupants who may have leases with that owner and so on, correct?
Yeah, so we don't have a view of that space, but that's what we believe as City Power. But we know that credit control do engage the account owners and building properties.
Mhm. And before a disconnection, who gives the notice of disconnection? Is it credit control or City Power, or both?
It's credit control.
So City Power doesn't give notice to anyone?
City Power only execute the disconnection, and when we execute the disconnection, we then leave a notice to say we came to the property. If we don't find anybody, we came to the property, we've executed this
Yes.
instruction, and we leave the notice. If there's a person, we present the notice to that person.
Yes.
Yes.
So that would be a notice on the day of the disconnection,
Yes.
effectively to tell the owner or account holder you've been disconnected for non-payment or for an illegal connection,
Yes.
whatever the reason
Yes.
may be.
Yes,
So any prior notice, that's not your responsibility, that's credit control.
it's credit control who does that.
Um, And if I put it to you that credit control ought to give notice to residents or occupants and not just account holders before a disconnection, what would your view of that be?
Yes, again, well, it's not my space, but my understanding is that they also operate based on what is allowed in terms of the bylaws and so forth. So if it says that they engage the account owners, it's what the current conditions allow.
Chair, if Mr. Breakill can tell us where he gets the basis for saying the city ought to issue those to the tenants, would appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Minya. Mr. Brickhill?
Chair, I was reluctant to engage the witness on case law. The leading authority is the Constitutional Court's judgment in the Joseph decision, which struck down one of the city's bylaws for not requiring notice to residents or occupiers and permitting disconnections only in the event of notice to an owner
Yes.
or account holder. It may be that it's better an issue for argument. I take my learned friend's question. It is our view that there is
But
such
let
an
the
obligation.
witness express his opinion.
I was endeavoring to do so, Chair. Mr. Kosa, it's our position as SERI and the ICF that the law requires, in terms of the Constitutional Court's judgment in Joseph, that residents or occupants be given notice before a disconnection because it will affect them. Do you have any response to that or any view on it?
Yes, like I've said before, we work based on what it's allowed for us to do. So currently, it allows us to engage the account owner, the property accounts, the property owner or account holder to notify, and the belief is that the account owner should then inform the occupiers with that regard. So there are no basis for us to engage the occupiers, and we don't have a contract with the occupiers, but the account holder, and so the rules of engagement are based on that establishment or that agreement. Unless reviewed, then currently that's how we operate.
I understand you, Mr. Kosa.
Thank you.
And when City Power officials come to disconnect a property, are they required to check whether credit control has followed whatever processes it is meant to have followed? Or do they simply accept that that's credit control's responsibility? They've received an instruction to disconnect and they implement that instruction?
Yes. So again, here we believe that credit control would have exhausted all their processes, and hence they then give City Power instructions to disconnect. So then ours is to go and execute, because them sending the list for us to disconnect, it's an instruction to say these are the properties that need to be disconnected. Then we then disconnect.
They do their job, you do yours.
Yes. So how will I say it? It's the process is not, it's not isolated in it's in how it unfolds. It's not like we operate in silos. It's people who engage on a day-to-day basis. But all I'm saying is that the process, it's in that to say, once an instruction has been given from City Power point of view, is to then go and execute. And City Power would have, upon receiving that instruction, believe that credit control would have done all the processes that they need to do before they give City Power instruction to
But Mr.
disconnect.
Kosa,
Yes.
you do not satisfy yourself whether credit control has complied with all its processes before you disconnect.
Yes, Chairperson. So, from our own operations, it's not part of the process. What I'm trying to say is that's not part of the process, but because we engage on a day-to-day, we would go on an exercise where we tick the box. Was this ticked? Was this ticked? Was this ticked? Was this ticked? But it's not an official process that City Power is required to sort of do. But because we engage as we go on these operations.
What do you mean by saying you engage?
When they send a list of disconnection from credit
Do
control.
you sit with credit control when they send you a list to say, have you followed all the processes you ought to have followed before sending us to disconnect?
So we don't sit on a formal setting. It could be through a call, where we go, was a
But
disconnection.
is there such an engagement?
Yes, but I wouldn't say it's a process that can be withdrawn or a standard operating process that exists. I'm not sure if you're satisfied.
Mr. Kosa, arising from your last response to the chairperson,
Yes.
what boxes would you be checking then if they've been ticked? What would be the main, even if it's an informal process?
Yes, so credit control have process in which before they issue disconnections, they will have to, those disconnections need to satisfy. For an example, I think when you start, let's say maybe you start on the 1st to consume the services, I think after 21 days, they then issue a bill for the services that you've consumed. And then you are given a period to pay that bill. If you don't pay, I think it's 21 days. I'm talking in terms of what I know. Credit control are better placed to sort of describe the process. So it's 21 days. If you've not paid, then they will issue notices to say you've not paid, please pay. And then if you still don't respond, then they issue a preterm notice, which I think it lasts for 14 days. And if you still don't respond to that, and you still don't raise a query against your bill, then they will issue a disconnection notice. So those are the items that before we execute, informally so we then check, was there a preterm issued? If they say yes, then it's fine. Is there a query existing on the system? We check on the system, there's no query. If yes, then we go and execute.
And that preterm notice would be noticed to the account holder?
Correct.
Not notice to the residents or occupiers?
No. My understanding is that they get sent to the account holder, property owner.
So to your knowledge, one of the boxes to check would not be whether notice has been given to the residents separately from the account holder?
like you have said earlier on, is that we believe that once they've notified the account owner or property owner, the property owner will then inform
the residents.
the residents or occupiers. Yes.
And Mr. Kosa, when your officials arrive at a property to disconnect, if the people in the property then raise some kind of dispute, no, we've paid, or we were never given note, we didn't know this was going to happen, how would your officials respond?
Yes. So, like I've submitted before, our engagement and functions are limited and do not get to the billing and payments and those functions lies with credit control. So we will not be in a space to advise with regards to that or verify with regards to those aspects.
So you would disconnect and refer those people to credit control?
Yes.
I want to take you then, thank you for those clarifications. I want to take you then to the Free Basic Electricity Policy, the national policy. It appears in the SERI policy bundle. I believe it should be file 3 at page 1644. My colleague will assist you. Page 1644. Chair. Do you have the document, Mr. Kosa? It's the, so you should see on page 1645, the second page, the title. It's the Electricity Basic Services Support Tariff, brackets, Free Basic Electricity Policy.
Mm-hmm.
You have the document?
Yes.
This is the document that you referred to in your, it's the policy that you referred
Yes.
to in your evidence in chief.
Yes.
And it was promulgated in 2003 in the Government Gazette, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Well, you see that on the first and second pages.
Yes.
If I can take you, please, then to page 1647. It's the ministerial forward by then Minister Mlambo Ngcuka. It begins on page 1647. And if I can take you to the third paragraph from the bottom, beginning, this policy seeks, do you see that?
Yes.
The third paragraph from the bottom. This policy seeks to address ways and means through which government interventions can bring out relief to poor electrified households and ensure optimal socioeconomic benefits from the National Electrification Program. This policy proposes a systematic way through which poor households can be identified. And then if we continue, the final paragraph on that page refers to having identified an allocation of free basic electricity being set at 50 kilowatts per hour. You see that?
Yes.
You would agree that the objectives of this policy are important policy objectives of government?
Yes.
Specifically, the objective of providing free basic electricity to poor households.
Yes.
You would agree that that's an important objective?
Yes.
And it's an objective of national government, but also of all municipalities and entities such as City Power responsible for the provision of electricity. You would agree?
Correct. Yes.
So City Power would share the objectives of this national policy
Yes.
and ought to seek to achieve them.
Yes, sir.
If I can take you then please to page 1648, just over the page. You've already touched on this, but just for confirmation, The second paragraph refers to national, in the second sentence, second sentence, I beg your pardon. It refers to administrative challenges and then continues, National Treasury has allocated funds to DPLG, that should be the Department of Provincial and Local Government, for local authority to commence with the implementation in the 2003-2004 financial year. So we see there that in terms of the policy, it was national funds that were allocated and commencement was envisaged from that 2003-2004 financial year, correct?
Okay.
If I can take you then to page 1650, in paragraph 1 of the policy, it deals with certain definitions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I just want to identify some of the key terms. First of all, free electricity, the third item in that list, is defined to mean electricity supply at no cost at all. You see that?
Correct.
So when the policy talks of free electricity or free basic electricity, it means electricity at no cost, no charge at all, correct?
Okay. Yes.
That would be different from something that you've talked about earlier, which would be subsidized or reduced tariff charges for electricity consumption, correct?
Yes, but I think I mentioned that statement in addition to the free basic
Yes.
electricity that I've spoken about, the enrollment of free basic electricity.
Yes.
Yes.
There are two different benefits or
Yes.
steps that are taken
Yes.
by the city.
Yes.
Free or subsidized, reduced cost. Correct?
Yes. So there's free, yes, and reduced cost, yes.
And then if I can continue to the National Electrification Program. You see that?
Yes.
And that's defined to mean the Integrated National Electrification Program under the auspices of the Department of Minerals and Energy, intended to address the backlogs in the household electrification in South Africa. You see that?
Yes.
So that would be the program at national level to ensure that households across the country are electrified, correct?
Yes.
And the objective would be that all households ultimately be electrified.
Yes.
The next defined term is self-targeting. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's defined to mean a system whereby a household approaches the service provider, indicating the intention to be considered for benefiting from the free basic electricity program. Do you see that?
Yes.
So self-targeting is a system where households that qualify for free electricity approach a service provider to access that benefit. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And we see immediately below the definitions of service authority and service provider. Let's perhaps start with service provider. Service provider means an agent, brackets person or institution or any combination of persons and institutions, which provides municipal services on behalf of the service authority. In this instance, that would be City Power providing electricity on behalf of the City of Johannesburg, correct?
Yes.
So City Power would be the service provider, and would the City of Johannesburg then be the service authority, the term
Yes.
defined above?
Yes.
May I then please take you to page 1653? And begin with the heading on that page, paragraph 4.1, level of the free electricity allocation. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And in the first subparagraph simply refers to national government's objective to introduce free basic services in order to alleviate the negative impacts of poverty on communities. And then
Yes.
specifically, Roman numeral 2 refers to an allocation of 50 kilowatt hours per month be
Mhm.
provided to all poor households connected to the national electricity grid. Do you see that?
Yes.
And paragraph, Roman numeral 3, the next one, provides that the provision of 50 kilowatt hours to targeted households should be made subject to restrictions and principles detailed in section 5 being met. You see that?
Yes.
We'll return to those restrictions and principles separately in a moment. If I can then take you over the page to page 1654, there's an explanation of how the 50 kilowatt hours per month was determined. And in the second bullet on page 1654, the policy provides the level of 50 kilowatt hours has been spoken of generally at national level and has been accepted as a norm in respect of free basic electricity. This quantity has achieved widespread political and community acceptance and expectation. You see that?
Yes.
So would it be correct that the policy adopts as a starting point that level of 50 kilowatt hours as the standard for provision of free basic electricity?
Come again, will it be correct?
The policy adopts 50 kilowatt hours
Yes.
per month as the standard, the level for provision of free basic electricity.
Okay.
There are parts of the policy that suggest that that may change in future, but in terms of the policy, the level is set at 50 kilowatt hours per month.
Yes.
If we take you then to the text box, still on that page 1654 in the center of the page, the text box provides, again bulleted, free basic electricity provision will be phased in with preference being given to the poor at all times. So the policy also adopts a principle that the poor people should be prioritized in the provision of free basic electricity, correct?
Yes.
And if I can take you, please, over the page to page 1655, and again take you to the text box, the second text box, 2/3 of the way down the page on page 1655. Do you have it?
Okay.
That text box reads, again, it's a bulleted item, where funding is received from the fiscus through intergovernmental transfers. Let's just pause there. You've confirmed that national government indeed provides funding to the city of Johannesburg.
Yes.
So if we continue, where funding is received from the fiscus through intergovernmental transfers, the provision of free basic electricity may be made to all qualifying households on self-targeting basis by relevant service authorities in their respective municipal areas. So if we take it piece by piece, the first part deals with the requirement that national government must provide funding through an intergovernmental transfer. We've dealt with that. It then provides the provision of basic electricity may be made to all qualifying households on a self-targeting basis. We've seen what a self-targeting basis is. That's when households approach the service authority to get the benefit,
Yes.
correct? And that this may be done by relevant service authorities in their respective municipal areas. The next paragraph immediately below that records that, and this was 2003, the DME is conscious of the fact that approximately 30% of the existing households in South Africa currently do not have access to grid electricity supplies. Do you happen to know what that figure is in the current day, present day?
No.
One would hope that the 30% has reduced with all of government's efforts
Yes,
in the
no.
national electrification program.
Yes.
You don't have a figure,
I don't have a figure, the latest figure, no.
but there is still a backlog and a significant proportion of households that do not have access to grid electricity supplies.
I
Is that
believe
correct?
so. Yes.
Okay, if I then take you over the page to page 1656. And again, we can start with the first text box. The policy reads, the provision of free basic electricity services shall be limited to existing qualifying consumers, legally connected to both grid and non-grid electricity systems, and those electrified through the National Electrification Program. You see that?
Yes.
So this policy is intended to see the provision of free electricity to people who are legally connected. So illegal connections are excluded, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But it includes both grid and non-grid connections, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it also includes those
Say
electrified.
yes or no, Mr.
Sorry.
Kosa.
Okay. Apologies. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Kosa, for the purposes of the transcript, you need to please respond audibly.
Yes. Okay.
So the policy is for provision of electricity to people with both grid and non-grid connections, correct?
Yes.
And those connected through the National Electrification Program.
Yes.
That's the program intended to clear the backlog of households who are not connected to the, who are not receiving electricity, correct?
Yes.
And you referred earlier to efforts to connect and steps that have been taken to provide electricity, for example, in informal settlements, where those households are not on the grid and they may not be account holders, but measures are taken to provide them with infrastructure and then to supply electricity, correct?
Yes.
And that's done for free.
Yes.
If I can take you then, please, to page 1657. And halfway down the page, the paragraph beginning the DME. Do you see it? The DME recommends.
Yes.
The DME recommends a self-targeted approach for the implementation of the first phase of the EBSST rollout. This approach will more accurately target the poor and would be less costly to implement and fund. And then there are two principles that follow. The first, a broad-based approach. You see that?
Okay.
And it provides that this approach refers to the implementation of an agreed allocation of free basic electricity to all legal household connections. You see that?
Yes.
So the principle is that all legal connections should receive the free basic electricity supply, correct?
Yes.
And then the second principle, B, is the self-targeted approach. And the paragraph refers to two possible methods of implementing this approach that had emerged from deliberations in terms of implementing this self-targeting system. It continues, these approaches will require either that the poor households apply for a current limited electricity supply and then become eligible for the free basic electricity allocation, or that the responsible electricity service provider, that would be City Power, identifies households consuming on average less than a predetermined amount and then automatically applies the free basic electricity allocation to such household. And then there's further discussion of these two methods. So the first method is either that poor households apply for a current limited electricity supply. The other is that City Power identifies, well, the service provider identifies households consuming below a certain amount and then gives those households free basic electricity, if I've understood it correctly. My question to you is which of these approaches the City of Johannesburg follows? Or is it a combination or something different?
Okay, thanks. Yes, I think I may not have a view of which they approach because I'm at the City Power end. So I'm not aware of which one do they prefer, or is it both? But from City Power point of view, currently what we've been doing is to execute based on what we receive from the city. I'm not aware of any where we have predetermined and automatically gave free basic electricity based on their consumption. Because as I read here, is that they should consume less than the predetermined amount, which is 50 kilowatt. So I'm not aware of any where we have implemented based on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you were implementing that second approach of tracking household consumption, it would only be City Power that could do that. Credit control couldn't do that without City Power, or could they?
Yes, so it's City Power who could do that, yes, correct.
So that leaves the first approach where households must approach the city and apply
Yes.
for the free basic electricity.
Yes,
And we saw that the definition of self-targeting is precisely that.
yes,
Household approaches the service provider.
yes.
At present, there is not a process where households can approach City Power directly to apply for free basic electricity. Is there?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
If I can take you then to deal with them, to deal with the principles and restrictions. If I can take you to, please, to page 1665. Sorry, in fairness to you, Mr. Kosa, I ought to complete that final line of questioning and just put it to you that the national policy contemplates self-targeting where households could apply to City Power to access free basic electricity. And City Power ought to be doing that, but is not doing that at present. Do you have any response?
Yeah, like I've indicated earlier on, I'm not aware of that process, yes.
Thank you. If I can then take you to paragraph 5 of the policy on page 1665. This sets out the principles and restrictions of providing free basic electricity. And there are 10 sub-principles or restrictions. I just need to deal with certain of them with you. The first one in paragraph 5.1 reads, the free basic allocation of electricity units is to be made available to all qualifying households that meet the requirements of self-targeting. Where more than one dwelling is bulk metered, the service providers will need to take this into account in allocating the free basic service. So what I want to put to you is that first principle is, in terms of the national policy, every household that qualifies should receive the 50 kilowatt hours per month. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that where more than one dwelling is bulk metered, so there are, as I understand it, there are multiple dwellings, but a single bulk meter, the service provider will need to take this into account in allocating the free basic service. The service provider would be City Power. In that situation, City Power, in terms of the policy, ought to take this into account in allocating the 50 kilowatt hours across different households. Is that correct?
yeah, so like I've said earlier on, the City Power only execute what it's told to execute. So I'm not aware of any process within City Power where City Power decides to allocate free basic electricity. No. What currently is happening is that from COGA will receive the list and then will then effect those free basic electricity. So on this particular one, like I'm saying also, it's not happening. City Power currently there are no mechanism where they decide to allocate free electricity by ourselves, yes.
And Mr. Kosa, in terms of your evidence about that process where the city provides City Power with a list of people, those would be existing account holders.
Yes.
Are you aware of any situation where, and perhaps this relates to meter splitting, which my learned friend covered with you, where a building is identified, there's bulk metering, only a single meter, but the city would provide a list saying all of the households in this building qualify for free basic electricity, and City Power must implement appropriate infrastructure, install appropriate infrastructure to enable the households to access that benefit. Does that happen? Has that happened?
No, the only process that I know to be happening is the one I described earlier on, where the owner of the property would apply for split metering, then or direct billing. Actually, the
Yes.
correct term is direct billing.
Yes.
Yeah. So then, once they approve it, and then the billing complies, they've got the certification. Then we go and install meters. Then we open accounts against individuals for those units. Then it will mean at that point then there's infrastructure to roll out the free basic electricity. So those who qualify, then they will follow the same process of applying, and then we receive the list, then we effect that. So that is the current process that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Kosa. So they would apply in terms of the ESP.
Yes.
We'll come to that in a moment. Just remaining with the national policy for the time being.
Okay.
And so we've dealt with the first principle, 5.1. And you've explained what the city is currently doing.
Yes.
If I can then take you to paragraph 5.3, it reads, basic charges or fixed charges, if applicable, will only become effective when monthly consumption exceeds the free allocation. So as we understand it, the national policy contemplates that if a household qualifies for the 50 kilowatt per hour free electricity, they will only be charged basic charges or fixed charges if they exceed the 50 kilowatt hours in the month. Correct?
Yes.
If I can take you then please to paragraph 5.7 over the page on page 1666. Do you have it, Mr. Kosa?
Yes.
That paragraph provides that the distribution or allocation of the free basic electricity allocation must be as simple as possible to obviate the need for high levels of capital or upgrading and administration expenditure. So the policy contemplates that the system must be as simple as possible, particularly for the purposes of administration by the service provider and the service authority. Correct?
Yes.
Is that
I agree with what they're saying, yes.
And I would put it to you that a simple system is also of benefit to the qualifying households. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
So it's in everyone's interests that the system should be simple.
Yes.
If I can then take you to paragraph 5.8, and you did speak to these issues in your testimony in chief and your statement. It's concerned with consumer discipline and illegal connections, really. So paragraph 5.8 reads, consumer discipline must be upheld. No free basic electricity allocation is to be made following disconnection from the electricity supply for reasons normally applicable in the distributor's environment, such as meter or system tampering or non-payment, until the consumer has met all the distributor or the authority's requirements to have the supply restored. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you spoke to the importance of those issues earlier.
Yes.
There are two basic types of disconnection, as we understood your evidence. Disconnection based on non-payment and disconnection based on non-compliance, tampering, illegal connection. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what paragraph 5.8 of the policy says is that if there has been disconnection for those reasons, no free basic electricity allocation is to be made available until the consumer has met the distributor or the authority's requirements to have the supply restored, correct?
Yes.
So the consumer needs to follow the process with the distributor or the authority to have the supply restored, correct?
Yes.
And that would be a process involving, in this case, City Power and or credit control, as the case may be.
Yes, so it will be mainly credit control, and credit control will give instruction to City Power.
Yes.
Should they find each other? Because in the consumer approach in credit control is for them to negotiate what will be affordable or what could be workable solution, and then credit control will then issue instruction to City Power to reconnect.
Thank you, Mr. Kosa. So in the case of Johannesburg, the process would involve the consumer engaging with credit control of the City of Johannesburg, correct?
Yeah. So in this case also is that consumer will be the account holder or property owner.
Yes, you've explained that credit control will generally only
Yes,
engage with the
yes.
account holder or property
Yes.
owner. So if the consumer is not the account holder, credit control will not engage with them to reconnect the supply.
Well, I would not speak on their behalf, but my understanding is that they engage with those account holders.
Paragraph 5.8 contemplates that there must be a process where a consumer can engage the distributor or authority to have the supply restored. You would agree? There must be a route that they can follow as a consumer to have their supply restored.
Say that again. Apologies. Paragraph
Still in 5.8,
5.8.
just
Okay.
still on the same point, Mr.
Yes.
Kosa. This paragraph assumes that there must be a process that a consumer can follow to have their supply restored. You would agree?
Yes.
Even in the event of meter or system tampering, correct?
Yes.
In a sense, there must be a path back to the light, a way for them to regularize themselves. Would you agree?
Yes. Yes. There should always be. Yes.
So we've dealt with, those are the main aspects of the national policy that I want to deal with you at this stage. Can you say at this point how many households qualify for free basic electricity? Does City Power have that in Johannesburg or perhaps in Region F?
Yes. So in my engagement with finance, currently they're sitting at in excess of 12,000 customers that they are rolling out ESP to.
So those are the ones that they're actually providing.
Yes.
My question was a little bit different. How many people qualify for free basic electricity?
Yeah. So that part I will not be. I do not have those figures, and I don't think City Power would be in position of those figures. So it should be with COJ.
They should be with COJ, if anywhere.
Yes. Yes.
So you would not be able to say, for example, that if 12,000 are accessing, there are another 10,000 who qualify, but they're not currently accessing.
No, I do not have that view.
Chairperson, those are my questions on this topic. If it would be a convenient time to adjourn, I'll be moving to a separate topic next, and it would suit us to deal with it separately.
We'll adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Mr. Brickhill?
Chairperson, Commissioner. Chairperson, during the lunch adjournment, my learned friend Mr. Sidumedi drew to my attention a matter relating to documents and housekeeping. I posed certain questions to Mr. Kosa, as did my learned friend, about the service delivery agreement between City Power and the City of Johannesburg. My learned friend had indicated previously that it was annexed to the witness's statement. It is not annexed, but my learned friend has now located that document and is in possession of it. I put to the witness that the document, the SDA, the Service Delivery Agreement, does not speak to free basic electricity. In fact, that appears to be incorrect, and the SDA does speak to the issue and set certain targets. In discussion with my learned friend, the proposal is that he will deal with that document in due course following my cross-examination.
In re-examination?
Indeed so, Chair, and we are comfortable with that.
Okay.
The important point seems to be that the Commission should be in possession of the document and the full information.
Okay.
Mr. Kosa, before the break, we were dealing with free basic electricity and in particular the national policy, and we covered different provisions of that national policy. We'd also clarified some aspects of what City Power actually does, its practice day to day. I want to move now to the ESP. And earlier on you explained that the ESP is one way in which the City of Johannesburg tries to give effect to that national policy on free basic electricity. We've already dealt with the ESP with two earlier witnesses, Mr. Makula and Mr. Nkwana. And I don't intend to traverse everything that we covered because certain aspects have emerged clearly. But there are some questions that I need to cover with you. To begin with, you gave a figure earlier of around 12,000 people whom you understand to be registered for the ESP. Just wanted to come back to that and clarify whether that is in relation to the City of Johannesburg as a whole or the inner city and Region F.
Yes, thank you. So that number is for the whole of City of Johannesburg.
Thank you. And would you happen to know or have at your disposal figures relating to Region F?
No, I've tried to get that data, but I could not get it on time.
Thank you.
But I believe it can also be made available if requested, yes.
Thank you. For my part, for our part, we would propose that it is relevant, and in the course of, subject to the Chair's direction, in the course of the further material that you're putting together, we would propose that it be included.
Yes, so it's one of the things that Mr. Sidumedi will be doing. We'll take note, Mr. Sidumedi.
Mr. Kosa, if I may then take you to the ESP itself. It appears in the policy bundle file 1 at page 543.1, so towards the end of that file, and I'm sure my colleague will assist you. It's policy bundle file 1, page 543.1 and following. Do you have it, Mr. Kosa?
Yes.
Thank you. So it begins at page 543.1. Those first 4 pages are the content that appears on the City of Johannesburg's website. And then from 543.5, it's the actual full ESP policy. So Mr. Kosa, I want to deal first with one point relating to account holders. I'm just going to take you to 2 or 3 passages in the policy and then pose my question to you. So if I can first take you to 543.2. Are you there?
Yes.
And do you see 2/3 of the way down the heading types of rebates you may qualify for?
Yes.
And there are 2 bullet points. The first one refers to property owners, but the second bullet point reads non-property owners or non-account holders qualify for rebates on water and electricity services. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if I can please take you on just on the same point to page 543.16.
543.16.
16. And the third paragraph there, beginning the ESP program thus. Are you with me? The third paragraph on the page. The ESP
yes.
program thus.
Yes.
It reads, the ESP program thus enjoys priority and is aimed at ensuring that poor and vulnerable households gain access to the package, maintain access to the package, targeting the poor and targeting non-account holders. Do you see that?
Yes.
These provisions and this issue were the subject of exchanges that we had with earlier witnesses, Mr. Makula and Mr. Nkwane. What I want to raise with you is the issue of provision to non-account holders. And we've understood your evidence so far to be that City Power essentially only engages with account holders and property owners, and that for people to have the benefit of free basic electricity or a subsidy under the ESP, they need to be account holders and to be appropriately metered.
Yes.
And I want to put to you that that is inconsistent with what the ESP envisages. The ESP sets as an objective that non-account holders should receive access to the benefit. I should give you an opportunity to respond.
Yes. Yeah, so I think I still maintain the earlier submission to say at least there should be an infrastructure from City Power point of view to enroll it. And for those who qualified and the list has been provided to City Power, we then enroll it. However, I think what I'm aware of is that also, and I'm not sure, it could be that this part of the policy speaking to that, is that for an example, in a household, if one person is an account holder and they qualify to be beneficiaries, it also extends to the people who also live in that household, even though their names may not necessarily appear or they are not account holders for that particular property. That I'm aware of, and it could be also speaking to this particular code that we've mentioned now. What I'm not aware of is for any individual who does not have property, account or a meter, and then for them to be able to qualify and this to be enrolled. That part I'm not aware of. But I know that in a household there could be multiple individuals who are beneficial, and that those benefits can be enrolled through the account holder in that specific property. Thanks.
Yes, so elsewhere in the ESP, the provision is that if 50% of the household qualify, then the whole household must be provided with
Yes.
the services. That's what you're referring to.
Yes.
So you're suggesting that would be one set of non-account holders, members of a household,
Yes.
who should be receiving the benefit in terms of the ESP.
Yes, that is what I'm aware of currently.
Okay.
Yes.
If I could take you on that point to page 543.15. Just can go back a page. In the section headed Context and Background. And the third paragraph on that page, beginning the previous ESP program. Do you see that? Are you with me?
Yes.
That paragraph reads, the previous ESP program was directly linked to account holders that qualify for ESP. Non-metered services are directly linked to qualifying property owners, backyard dwellers, tenants, etc., who qualify can access metered services. And then it continues. However, households who lived in informal settlements and receive communal essential services are not on the databases because they do not have account numbers for individual FBS, free basic services.
Yes.
Sharing communal facilities therefore makes it difficult for qualifying households to access programs. Therefore, poor households in informal settlements were often rendered invisible. It is these poor households that need to make their way to the COJ's database for the provision of the ESP program through this policy. Mr. Kosa, what I would put to you is we would accept your previous point that members of a household who are not registered would be non-account holders who should qualify.
Sure.
But the ESP, I would put it to you, is also explicit that people who are not metered and not account holders, living in informal settlements is the example that they give here, they need to be provided with access to, they need to be brought onto the database, registered. Would you agree with that reading of the policy?
Yes, so as I've said, I don't think, I believe that the right for free basic services is for everyone, and everyone should access it, especially those who qualify, they should be able to access it. But I am of the view that there should be infrastructure for people for the benefits to be effected, and for electricity to be enrolled. Those specific infrastructures are needed to be in place. So there should be the infrastructure for the electricity benefits to be provided.
Yes. So the challenge is really one of practicalities and administration in terms of rolling out appropriate infrastructure, including metering infrastructure,
Yes.
and registering people.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Yes.
The evidence of the Inner City Federation through Mr. Mahlangu has been that residents have faced real challenges trying to register, and even when registered, they are unable to receive, in particular, the free basic electricity or subsidized electricity under the ESP. Do you have any, putting that evidence to you, do you have any response to that?
Yes, I do not have a view of that, but what I know is that in the absence of the infrastructure, it will not be possible for City Power to enroll that right or that benefit.
The evidence of Mr. Makola and Mr. Nkwana, and you repeated the same point, is that the ESP is under review, including to address this issue of poor households accessing the package of services that the ESP promises.
Yes.
Can I perhaps take you to your statement at page 175, so back to your own statement. And if we can, it's actually page 174. You testified on these recommendations that you make, City Power proposes. The first is the awareness campaign. You recall that? You spoke to
Yes.
that. You described it as that's more of the soft issue.
Yes.
And then the second, you talked to the city must review and revitalize the implementation of its bad buildings restoration program. Would that be, that bad buildings restoration program, would that be the bad buildings strategy that Mr. Makola's office, now the city manager's office, but then the COO's office has led? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I believe that is the same program.
Okay. And if I put it to you that at present that bad building strategy does not include any plan to improve the provision of free basic electricity to poor people and households. What would you say?
Yeah, I'm not aware of what is entailed on the strategy, and I would believe that if these specific buildings allowed for the provision of free basic electricity, I believe that in the program that would be included, but perhaps in its form it may not be possible to facilitate the provision of free electricity. But I'm not privy to the details of the strategy.
Okay. And in terms of the review of the ESP, do you know if that process is that already underway, that process to review the ESP?
Like I've indicated earlier on, I'm not part of the panel that is reviewing it, so I wouldn't know of the progress and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Is City Power involved in that process as the service provider?
I'm not, at this point in time also on that one, I'm not aware if there's any specific individual from City Power who's part of that panel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kosa. I need to take you to a different policy now, and that's the electricity standardization bylaws. It appears in the policy bundle, should be file 3, at page 1370, towards the end. I beg your pardon, I understand it's file 2 of the policy bundle.
File 2.
That is so, Chair. Page is 1370.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Do you have it, Mr. Kosa?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So these are the beg your pardon. These are the standardization of electricity bylaws of the City of Johannesburg. You're broadly familiar with the standardization bylaws? Without, without knowing them off by heart? Not in detail.
Not in detail.
Okay. What I want to take you to, Mr. Kosa, please, is section 3 of the standardization bylaws. And in particular, section 3.1, it speaks to a consumer's agreement. Do you see that? It's on page.
Yes.
It begins at the foot of page 1372. Do you have it?
Yes.
Section 3. And section 3.1 provides, no supply shall be given to an electrical installation unless and until the owner or occupier of the premises or any duly authorized person acting on their behalf has concluded a consumer's agreement in a form prescribed by the council. That's really the relevant part for now. Mr. Kosa, the central theme of your evidence so far has been that City Power, and indeed the city, can only engage with account holders and owners of property. What I want to put to you is that in terms of section 3 of the standardization bylaws, it is competent for the city, acting itself or through City Power, to conclude a consumer's agreement with an occupier in terms of section 3.1.
Yes, Mr. Simiyu.
Again, I must state objection. It is very clear what category of people are under free. It does not say unlawful occupiers in the ordinance, which is the subject of our discussion.
Sorry. I'm saying it is very clear when you take into consideration the categorization of people mentioned in Section 3 being owners, the occupiers are not a category my learned colleague is talking about, who are occupiers illegal in a building without a meter.
Yes.
So it must be in that classicus that this occupier is used.
Mr. Brickhill?
Chairperson, we will submit that these sorts of matters are ultimately matters for legal argument. But on the terms of occupier, the term is actually defined. We would submit that that's a useful place to start. It's defined in the bylaws. At page 1371, at the foot of the page, owner is also defined as it happens, but occupier is defined at 1371 at the foot of the page to mean any person in occupation of premises at a relevant time.
Yes.
I understand my learned friend seems to be advancing a legal argument that occupier should ultimately be interpreted to exclude unlawful occupiers. That's inconsistent with the language, but in any event, it's ultimately a matter for legal argument at the end of these proceedings.
Yes, I will allow it.
Thank you, Chair. What I'm putting to you, Mr. Kosa, is that Section 3.1 allows the city to conclude a consumer's agreement with an occupier. So there is a power, a mandate in your language, to contract with an occupier, a person in occupation of premises, that it's not limited to owners. Do you have any response?
Yes, what I know from the practice is that there should be I'm not sure what term do they use, but the owner of the property would give the occupier, I'm not sure whether they say it's a proxy, but they will give them an authorization. So the city will require that authorization letter in order for them to engage with the occupier. In the absence of that, an occupier would not be engaged with by the city without that authorization.
So the practice of the city is to require the owner to authorize
Correct.
an occupier to conclude. Again, I must put it to you that that's not legally required and that the city would have the power to conclude agreements with occupiers in the absence of an owner's authorization. Do you have any response?
That part I'm not, yes.
And I want to put it to you that in the context of inner city buildings, where there is a building committee or a residents association, there is therefore no legal impediment, no legal barrier to the city concluding an agreement in terms of Section 3.1 with those occupiers. Do you have any response?
Again, I wouldn't comment on that. To my knowledge is that without an authorization or without you being the owner of the property, the city will not engage with it.
Thank you, Mr. Kosa.
Yes.
Chairperson, those are our questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Brickhill. Ms. Itole, any questions of clarification?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I have no questions of clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Semenya?
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps before starting with questions to the witness, Chair, you may very well recall the Joseph matter to which my learned colleague referred was a unanimous decision of the Constitutional Court, and its citation is 2010 bracket 3 BCLR 212 CC in brackets. It's a judgment penned by Justice Square at the time. Clearly distinguishable. Here you have tenants who pay their electricity to the landlord, and Mr. Nell, who was the landlord at the time, does not forward the payment to the city. And that's how the disconnection happens. A far cry from what we are talking about. There is no allegation that any of the ICF individuals had paid for electricity to the landlord. That was not unforwarded. And that's the judgment and its context. It cannot be used as an authority for the proposition that dwellers in a abandoned building are entitled to notice. There's no such authority. Anyway.
Yes. Noted, Mr. Siminya. Mr. Brickhill?
And Mr. Brickhill is correct. It may be matter for argument. If he wants the argument now, we can go ahead.
I think this is an inappropriate place to argue that issue, Mr. Siminya. It may be aptly taken during argument.
I submit that is correct, Chair. So we abide.
Yes.
Mr. Kosa, I think cutting to the chase, these benefits under the ESP are rebate-based. Am I correct?
Yes.
And therefore, axiomatically, it means that there must be a facility through which that rebate can be provided, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you keep ad nauseum saying to us that the account must exist so that the rebate is reflected there. Am I right?
Yes.
And either you have a central meter or split meters, it is through those that the rebate would be reflected.
Yes, currently.
So
yes.
axiomatically and by parity of reasoning, if you are not metered, you cannot access the rebate.
Correct.
So it doesn't help us going into these policy positions when we know the practical implementation thereof is a meter
Correct.
to which the rebate can be reflected. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, say it a little louder.
Correct.
Yes. Now, coming back to where I think you and I must agree is that the service level agreement that the city has with JPC, Johannesburg Property Company, posits the obligations of the city on the JPC, right?
Yes, but we are city power.
I know
power,
you are
Chief.
city power.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that when we read about city power, the owner and everybody else,
Yes.
in respect of the state city-owned buildings, we're
Yes.
really talking about that duty between the city itself and JPC
Yes.
as the owner of those buildings.
Yes.
That's the point
Yes.
I'm making.
Yes.
All right. Now we know that of the buildings that the commission went to inspect, 26.9% of those are city-owned. You can accept that as a premise, would you?
Okay.
All right. Now, I want us to restrict ourselves for now to the city-owned buildings. Are you aware that month to month, you call them the department responsible for issuing the bills, the billing,
Credit
the
control.
credit control? Are you alive or not that credit control is issuing this to this 26% buildings?
I believe they do.
Well, according to my records, it's only one building which has a split metering. Can I give you its name? It's a Madison Street building. Are you aware they issued those two buildings that are not split metering buildings?
I believe they do, and the reason why I say this is because we've been issued with a list of customers that needs to be disconnected, and those lists at times they will also include buildings that are owned by JPC. So all I'm saying is that because they form part of the database, I believe that they do issue them with bills. What I'm not aware of is as to where they directed or who are they directed to and so forth.
But using the scheme as you understand it, there would have been pre-termination notice issued to JPC if we take a hypothetical example.
Yes, correct. I
And
think
JBC would not be paying that bill, and ultimately with termination, you as City Power would then receive the cutting off instruction from them.
yes.
Just vocalize your answer.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, could there be any justification why the city won't pay its own bills?
Not that I'm aware of, but we do have a number of properties that are falling short from paying their bills.
Okay. And of the amounts of monies that you have referred to as being owed, at least a significant portion of that must belong to the city's non-failure to pay its own bills, right?
Yes, part of that is a portion of it comes from government properties.
And as you agree with me, there's no reason why that is not the case, right?
Yes, I'm not aware of any.
There is reference in your statement about the task-based teams. You recall that part of your statement?
The task-based.
Teams, yes.
Yes, the forecast, yes.
That's the
forecast
last
teams,
paragraph.
yes. Forecast
Yeah.
and targeted programs.
What page are you at?
176. 176. The last sentence would read, City Power will use the identified bad buildings database to develop a focused and targeted program driven by task-based teams. These are not in place, are they?
Currently, no.
And we don't know what shape or form they will take, right?
No.
All right, let me invite you, whilst we're still on that volume of documents, to page 174, which would be two pages before that one. And direct your attention to paragraph 10.5.2. Where it says the city must review and revitalize the implementation of its bad buildings restoration program. Do you see that?
Yes.
That program doesn't exist, does it?
I believe it exists.
The restoration program.
Yes, perhaps the terms, but I believe it's a program that existed. It could have taken.
Or it might just be differently described. That's what you're referring to.
Yes, but I'm aware that there was such a program.
Okay.
There was such a program.
And it's a restoration, you're not aware how far that is, am I right?
I'm not aware, but and also I'll repeat again whether could it be the terminology or not. But I'm also aware that recently there are those drives that we've partnered with the city officials on visiting all the buildings that are deemed to be bad. So I'm not sure if that drive as well is it part of this as described.
Help me understand some difficulty I have in conceptualizing the interface between city power and the city in terms of billing. I find that as it stands, if I go to query my bill with the city has no way of knowing apart from the information furnished by city power about the consumption. Is that how it works?
So the city has access to what reflects on the bill itself or statements.
That's my point precisely, that if I go to this credit control and I say, I don't owe you 10 rand because the indicated 30 kiloliters is power is actually not consumed. I was on a holiday. They have no way of knowing if the reflection of the meterage is correct.
Yes. So the people with the view will be city power in that case.
And if they go to you to go and find out whether the calculation is correct, you'll tell them, well, that's what we have, but it's a conversation you must have with the credit control.
Yes, so from our side, we are able to confirm what is on the meter, what is the actual consumption.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you can't resolve them, they must go and talk to credit control.
Yes, as far as the bill and what reflects on the bill, credit control will then take over from that.
Mm. I'm trying to see whether there isn't a way of harmonizing this, because it moves from a premise that all that you show is a correct reflection of consumption. And I'm thinking with things like water, there may be spillages, there may be a whole host of other things about which credit control cannot speak to. Am I right? Because it would have just received the meterage.
Yeah, well, with water, I wouldn't know the details there. Yeah, but with power, yes, it will be city power has the actual view of what's on the meter.
Where I'm going with this is to try and suggest if you would be resistant to a proposal that a dispute resolution platform be created for the city and its clients to speedily resolve problems of electricity and water, which are vital, you'd accept, for the consumer. Would you resist such a proposal, that a mediation type process be considered?
No, I wouldn't resist.
For a building such as the ones you mentioned, the 1299 disconnections above 3 years, we have clarified what that was intended to convey, and you said you see how we can get those. But at the end of the day, now that the hazards have been admitted by the city, which are a consequence of termination of electricity, you would accept those hazards include some of the tenants using things like inflammable material, paraffin, right? The consequence of cutting, the tenants then go to use things like paraffin, which is inflammable, right?
Yes, I would, yeah. But I think in my earlier submission, I was more concentrating on the issue of illegal connections, and that's my dangerous situations were mainly based on that, to say they will go and access electricity legally, and they will create all sorts of connections on their side.
Yes,
But yes, I also accepted that the inconvenience results in the sorting of alternatives.
Yeah, and I'm saying one of the alternatives that they use is either gas,
Yes.
or paraffin and such material.
Yes.
And that, per definition, introduces a fire risk to the building.
Yes.
And that per se is a hazard that ought to be avoided.
Yes.
So I'm trying to see what other ways are possible to still efficiently manage what you do, but lessening the opportunities for this alternative means of fire and heat. Is there anything you can think of to find some harmony between the two?
Not at the moment. I think the only solutions that are there for it will only be for lighting, maybe in form of small scale solar items that can provide lights. But like you were saying, for heavy duties like cooking and so forth, it becomes problematic to source, alternatives or safe alternative sources of that.
What I'm trying to go to is that would technology not permit such voltage or wattage of electricity for a room bulb, but once you put a kettle there, it doesn't help you?
Okay, yeah. So for that, for it to be implemented, that the one you're alluding now is that there should be infrastructure. So we've got what we call load limiting, but load limiting can only be implemented through the metering infrastructure. So you give instructions to the meter to limit the load to a specific amperage. So again, it's dependent on the presence of proper infrastructure for us to be able to do that. But from a bulk point of view, it will not be possible.
No, I can understand that. I'm trying to formulate in my mind whether technology would permit. Let's for now assume you are on a split meter building.
Yes.
Isn't there a way in which, in the event of non-payment, we're able to keep the lights going and not things like heaters and fridges and televisions, etc., by limiting the wattage of what can happen? There must surely be something technologically possible to achieve that. Just don't want people in the dark and in danger.
Yeah, from non-payment point of view, I'm not aware of anything that can sort of be done in the absence of that. But I know that, for an example, if a person has a meter and maybe perhaps they can't afford and so forth, through the meter we can limit the load such that you only have the component of lights or maybe a TV, because those are appliances that they don't consume a lot. But as a result of non-payment for City Power to then facilitate the lighting from that point of view, there are no provisions that I'm aware of currently.
No, I accept there are no provisions. I'm trying to suggest whether there would be resistance or a willingness to explore technology that can at least leave those who live in these circumstances with one globe of light on.
Yes, with the infrastructure it's possible. Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Now, one of the areas of responsibility the city has is public lighting. You say so in your statement.
Yes.
And 2 weeks ago, the president says he couldn't even tell the contours of this city because of bad lighting. Is there a reason why we cannot light the city better?
There are a number of challenges currently that the city is faced with, specifically with the supply of electricity. That includes also public lighting, and mainly it's vandalism and theft of the infrastructure. So, in my time at SDC as a GM, that's what on a daily basis I've been dealing with, from the tunnels and above the ground. On a daily basis, there's theft and vandalism. So the same applies to public lighting. You would fix a light, you would fix the lines, but overnight they come and cut them down, take the cables, take the bulbs themselves. So it's a daily issue that we are actually faced with. That then becomes a constraint for operations to then keep up with all those challenges.
What is a mind block for me is that even in 30 years, that answer would be good. We have these challenges of vandalism. Surely, as a sovereign state, we should be able to have the capacity to police and protect that infrastructure, right?
Correct.
So there are not challenges. It's whether or not you are appropriating sufficient funding for making that a difficult task with the help of law enforcement.
Correct.
Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Those are the questions we have for the witness, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Siminya. Any re-examination, Mr. Sidimedi?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I just headed up. I was under the impression that the SDA was attached to Mr. Kosa's initial statement last year.
Yes.
Like my land colleague has indicated, what I've handed out now is a copy of an SDA that was concluded between the City of Johannesburg and City Power. You'll recall, Chairperson, even in terms of the other witnesses from other entities, they are reviewed on a 5-year basis. This specific one was concluded in 2021, then addendum in 2022. Nothing much. The only part that I want to refer you to, Chair, it's through the witness, of course. Mr. Kosa, are you aware of an SDA that is concluded between the city and City Power?
Yes.
Yes. At your level as a senior manager, will you be privy to the terms of the SDA?
No, we are not involved.
Okay. Now, in this document, just go to the last 2 pages. It is at the center thereof. Is written page 4. Can you see that?
Yes.
Now, this is an annexure. This because the rain is also. Yes. So, on this document, page 4, it's an annexure to the main agreement. Can you see that?
Yes.
Now, can you see where it's written revenue-driven customer centricity?
Yes.
On the right column there is a key performance indicator. Can you see that? At the top, on the far left, it says City Power objective. Can you see that? The table.
Yes. Key performance indicators. Okay.
Can you please speak to the mic? There's an issue of the rain, so you're not that audible.
Yes, I see the revenue-driven. I see the revenue-driven, customer-centric.
Correct. Now, that column is under City Power objective at the top. Can you see that? Top of the table is written.
Yes, under the column, city power objectives.
And then the next column is written key performance indicator. Can you see that?
Yes.
If you now go down to that revenue-driven customer, can you see it says kilowatt per hour provided for free basic electricity. Can you see that?
Okay, yes.
Now, in terms of that document,
Yes.
I know you are saying you're not privy to its terms, but
Yes.
can you at least accept that part of the SDA or part of the indicators for city power is a provision of free basic electricity?
Yes, sir.
We won't get into the details, but at least as well you can see in terms of measurements. It says the target. What's the target that it is set up for? What has been set up for city power?
Okay, the first one, it says 108,640 kilowatt hour.
Per hour provided for free basic education. What does
Yes.
that mean, sir?
Yeah, I believe this could be the total that will be needed for city power to provide in a particular quarter.
Correct. So on a quarterly basis, city power is required to provide free basic basic electricity to that quantum. Am I correct?
Yes.
Correct. Seeing that you're not privy to its terms, I'll move away from that particular aspect. Now, earlier in the day, my colleague took you through the national policy dealing with the provision of free basic education. Remember that?
Yes.
My apologies, Chair. I seem to have misplaced my file. I want us to go to the document appears on page 1645. There was a on the policy file.
So it will be 165.
That is a policy that you discussed with Mr. Brickhill earlier in the day. to say the national government has
Yes.
provided that in terms of this policy, 50 kilowatt
Yes.
of electricity must be given to qualifying households.
Yes.
Right. Now, I want us to look into this policy. First, if you know, you can just explain to the chairperson on page 1655.
Okay.
Ne?
Yes.
It speaks about grid-based electricity. Can you see that? There's a column, there's a table on top that says in respect of grid-based electricity consumers, free, this must be an expense for what people must be achieved. Can you see that?
Yes.
What is grid-based electricity consumers? Do you know what that thing is?
Yes, I believe this is referred to customers who are connected to the network.
So it's customers who are connected to the network.
Yes.
Now, how do you establish if a customer is connected to the network?
They would have applied for service connection, and we would have given them supply, account, and the meter.
Correct. So when this policy speaks about households or customers who are connected to the grid base, they're talking about persons who've got an account with the city.
Yes.
Now, you go to, you're taken to, again, to page 1657 regarding the self-targeted approach. Remember that?
Yes.
In this paragraph, there were two options that were made available. Is that
Yes.
one,
Yes.
a poor household will apply to the city or city power. So I'll use the phrase interchangeably. As well, it speaks about the service provider, in this instance, city power, will identify households consuming electricity. Now, how would city power ordinarily know if somebody consumes electricity or identify a person as a consumer?
It's when that that customer or that property is actually registered on City Power database and there's an account.
Yes.
So it's the only way that you can be able to track that customer.
Correct. So you identify a qualifying person through an account. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so for us, our population of the people that are supplied by us would have accounts with us.
A proposition was put to you that this policy does not in any way speak about a person that holds an account. Remember that proposition?
Yes.
Go to page 1665.
Okay.
Where there are principles
Yes.
for the provision of this free electricity.
Yes.
You were taken through paragraph 5.1, 2, and 3, right?
Okay.
Now, 5.3, it speaks of basic charges will only become effective when monthly consumption exceeds free allocation.
Yes.
The charges, when they are done, what is the method that's being used to do the charges? What is the mechanism that is being used?
No, charges can only be effected against an account number or a meter number for that particular point of supply.
Correct. So there must be an account. For you to be able to
Yes.
do the basic charges that exceed, there must be an account.
Yes.
You go to paragraph 5.8. Where the policy, and you refer to it that the consumer discipline must be upheld. Can you see that?
Yes.
The second or the last part of that paragraph speaks to a tampering of a meter, who is a meter issued to?
It's issued to an account holder.
Yes. So meaning the only way that this consumer could be held to be tampering with a meter is when they have got an account with the city.
Yes, yes.
5.9, you were never taken to 5.9. What does 5.9 say?
Okay. It says no cash, voucher, or service will be payable in lieu of the free basic electricity allocation or non-grid operational subsidy for household connected to non-grid systems.
So now we know in terms of paragraph 5.9 that there's no voucher or cash that can be used to provide free basic electricity. Am I correct?
Yes.
Now, 5.10, which you were never referred to, what does it say, 5.10?
Okay, it says the free basic electricity allocation or subsidy will only be effected when a qualifying consumer has been officially connected to the electricity supply system of a service provider.
So now, what is your understanding when this policy of national says a qualifying person must be officially connected to the system? What is your understanding of that paragraph statement?
Yes, again, I believe that this speaks to a new service connections that would have been done through the applications and approved and an account being allocated. And that's how it would officially mean to me.
So, in light of that, when the policy makes provision for 50 kilowatts of free electricity, what is your understanding of the mechanism through which this thing can be provided?
Yes, like I've said earlier on, is that for the basic free electricity to be effected and for the beneficiaries to get it, there should be infrastructure in place, which involves accounts and the meter that would have been provided by the service provider.
Okay. Lastly, you are referred to the electricity bylaws of the city, where it speaks of the conclusion of a consumer agreement with an occupier.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
In your evidence in chief, so the proposal that was put to you is that the bylaws as they stand,
Yes.
they provide for an agreement with an occupier, right? That is the proposal
Yes.
that was put
Yes.
to you. Can you just explain how does this occupier section relate to your version about the split metering?
Split metering, yes,
Yes.
or direct billing.
Yes, or direct billing.
Yeah,
yes.
so the process as I outlined earlier on is that the owner of the property would apply for direct billing,
Correct.
and then they have to comply to specific measures. Once this has been approved, then we can do direct billing, and then accounts can be made or opened against individual units, and then then those individual units becomes customers.
Now, in light of what you have just said, then, what is your
Yes.
understanding of occupier, a conclusion of a consumer agreement with an occupier? What's your understanding of that in light of what you have just explained to the chairperson now?
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, is that the only way that in which an occupier can conclude an agreement with a service provider, it's through the provisions of direct billing or split metering, as we've been defining it, in that once it has been approved, then individual meters can be installed and individual accounts can be opened for individual units.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Mabena. Those were the questions in the examination for this witness. And with the chair's permission, I would like the statement of Mr. Kosa to be admitted as
Exhibit.
Exhibit COJ 5.
Thank you.
And of course, we'll also then add the SDA property to this statement.
Can we allocate an exhibit number to this service delivery agreement? So J51. 5.1.
COJ 5.1, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
As the expression goes, sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. That's the business for the day, Chair, until 24, when we are going to have the last city witness. Well, last up to this list.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Kosa, for having come to give evidence before this commission. You are now excused as a witness.
Thank you.
These proceedings are adjourned until the 24th of March, 2025 at 10 o'clock.